I mean, like I had tried saying, it's complicated and indeed has affected our operations greatly. We're talking about $600,000 a year. That's a huge amount of money that we could have used to do a lot of things. We have suppressed a lot of things that we had wanted to do because we don't have the funding for them. So if we had gotten that money, we would have been able to do one or two things. But unfortunately, we've been following up and following up and following up. You know, it's difficult and it's complicated, and that is why, like I said earlier on, we had to bring up the issue at the national or to the attention of the National Assembly. Again, like I said earlier on, this issue we had brought up here before, and even tendered to the National Assembly the request letter, the letters that we had written to the ministry to follow up. And again, it is coming up. So I want to apologize that probably I'm not giving you a satisfactory response, but I would rather have really the National Assembly help us, you know, get this money repaid to us. We need it dearly. The ministry was told a couple of times. We did not. That's what I'm saying. We did not only share this, but
is coming out, if you are now to ask them to do on an accrual basis, I mean, the issue is have to be more of capacity related issues. I mean, yes, they can do accrual, but if you ask them now to go back and do accrual, I am afraid it's not going to happen. So maybe it's something that you need, I mean, a further discussion, I mean, related to this issue. But for now, I can comfortably say no, it's not possible. Whether it's ideal, but whether they can do it, that is something else.
Thank you very much, Auditor. Yes, members, if you have further questions.
Yes, Auditor, in your report or the management response, the date when situation will be listed. I don't actually understand what you mean by immediately, because that will, my question will be based on that. Can you explain, please?
Did you say immediately? Can you refer me to the page, please?
I've seen some responses, not only one. There are some which.
You mean as part
of the management letter?
As part of management response?
As part of the management response.
Well, what it means is, I mean, they have already settled that. It's already been resolved.
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Yes, Chairman. Hello. Hello. With the microphone. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Going by the management letter, it states that there are like procurement plans, findings, Regulation 2945 of the GPPA Act 2014 states a procurement organization shall submit its procurement plan to the authority as determined in the regulations. After budget approval and at quarterly intervals, each procurement organization shall submit an update of the procurement plan to the authority. Acknowledgement letter was not received from GPPA on the procurement plan that was sent to for 2019 procurements. Do you have explanation to that? Page 38.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. I think this is one of the things that we need to improve on, but we'll also request that some of the things really are not within our means. Some of them are two-way. Some of the things we can correct, but some of the things will have to do with the institutions that we deal with. Now, for instance, the GPPA replying to us. More often than not, the GPPA will send you emails instead of replying. In fact, that was the mode of communication with them. Most of the time, they will tell you send an email. Sometimes they will reply through emails as well. So this is what has been happening. The problem we had was that the former procurement officer was using his personal email to communicate with them, to send some of the reports to them. In order to resolve that, we have now created official email addresses for the staff, so that in the event the procurement officer now leaves, that same email address will remain. What will change will just be the password, so that whosoever is succeeding her, will continue to use the same email address and will keep track of what has been happening in that box. Basically, that is it. The auditors had wanted to see letters, correspondences from the GPPA. Unfortunately, we could not provide those because they don't send us letters. They would rather send email addresses replying to the emails that were sent to them.
Thank you. Honorable Cham.
Again, on council meetings. The council meeting have not been, it wasn't in the year under review, that is the 2019. Yes, I expect you to improve on that, I think. But the council meetings have not met the required number. As the DG, I realize there are most of the things that you've inherited. I hope you didn't inherit this one also.
It's the chairman who is new in his capacity as chairman, but I've been there for some time. By the way, he's been there for some time too. He's only been there as chairman for like a year now, but he's been in the board for like 4 years now, 5 years, something like that. Yeah.
Chairman, have you improved now?
Sorry. Actually, I think the issue of board meetings have now improved greatly because if you ask him, by the end of the quarter, I will keep on him to say, you need to schedule a meeting for this quarter. So we want to ensure that the meetings are held as regular as indicated in the board.
In fact, we have one on Saturday.
Yeah, we are supposed to have one on Saturday for the last quarter.
Also, on the training policy, management should ensure that a staff training policy or a plan is in the place that outlines relevant processes and procedures for training, and it's not been implemented. What's your take on it?
Yes, we are planning to have a retreat. This I must say I regret to announce that it's been delayed as well as a result of the lack of funding for it. But hopefully, I discussed with the chairman a few days ago, and we have been pursuing the ministry to help us with the funds for us to be able to do that. Hopefully, we are going to have one at the next council meeting, not this one, at the next council meeting, so that we coincide the council meeting with a retreat, so that we can use that opportunity to review these documents. We have a draft. I have my laptop with me. I don't mind, I can even share with you. In fact, we shared the draft with the auditors when we had the exit meeting last week, Friday. And we intend to do the review of that draft. We intend to do the adoption of the draft alongside some other framework as well that we had prepared, hopefully at the retreat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just finally, I think it's a sort of a reminder on the unpaid affiliation fee that management should ensure that follow-up be made to recover the fee. It has not been implemented in 2019, and I think the new management will not inherit this one as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Cham. Yes, on the side of the fuel, it is noted that the serial numbers of the fuel coupons are not registered, and when you issue it also, you don't record it well. So I don't know whether you regularize that so far. The serial numbers of fuel coupons were not recorded in the fuel register. Amount purchased, issued, made and balanced after issuing were not included in the fuel register. So I don't know how far are you going with that, whether it is regularized or not.
We are buying our fuel coupons from GNPC. As at that year, 2019, GPPC, the fuel coupons that they normally give will not have serial numbers. They are without serial numbers. But I think through our letter to them or our queries, Now they started giving us coupons that have serial numbers, and we started entering those serial numbers in our fuel leg.
As a result of this query, we took up the matter with them. But then the coupons were not coming in a book form. The coupons were not coming in a book form. They were coming in 1-1. So when we had this query, we took up the matter with them, and well, I don't know whether it's as a result of our complaint that they have them now in a book form, and they come with serial numbers and all of that. So we are happy to let you know that at the next audit or at the next presentation, I'm not sure something like this will come out. Thank you.
Mr. Chair? Sorry, Madam. Since this has appeared in the auditor's report, yes, there was no serial number for the previous ones. Now they've improved by providing you the serial numbers. So what do you do to the previous ones that did not have the serial number? Yes, we expect you to improve on that. But then remember, these are public funds, and it's like, for example, a money cannot be stolen by, like, for example, may God forbid, a staff. I'm sorry for mentioning that. And then the staff went away for some time, and then I'm just giving an example that when the same staff came to your office and you happen to employ the same staff to do the malpractice that he or she did in order to steal that money. So what do you expect from that person? It means he's going to steal more of what he's told before, isn't it? So I'm taking this as an example, and I think this is a similar issue that I'm raising in terms of this recovery of the serial numbers. Maybe the auditor, can you explain? Yes, I know there's a response, but does that, I know it has affected your work, of course, or the serial number. What was the response that they managed to do the balance of the account then? Because there was no serial number as well.
Well, Honorable, it might not affect the accounts as such. However, the issue that we have is reconciling on what they procured, the controls around fuel. So our problem was, the control around fuel. However, this issue is currently being reviewed with the 2020, 2021 accounts, and hopefully we will resolve it together.
Thank you very much. So now we move on to the procurement aspect. If you have any, observation, you can bring it forward. Yes, Honorable Cham.
Yes. On the compliance, going by the GPPA report, during the review, the team have observed that the PO did not establish an examination and receipt committee and also a disposal committee when it comes to contracts. The issues that were flagged here during the review is like, during our review, we did not come across with any notification letter to notify the successful supplier, neither the unsuccessful supplier. Examination and receipt committee established, and also disposal committee to be established. So that's page 10 of the GPPA report.
Good morning. The issue raised is noted. However, it is worthy to know that during the year under the review, the NSC had no contract with a supplier. The only transaction was single source and RFQ, which is request for quotation and single source transactions.
Sorry, yesterday did you do the affirmation?
Yeah, I did.
You are from the GPPA. Okay, so in case you want to do any response, you need to do the affirmation, please. Okay? Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it is important that she take the affirmation.
Can you take the affirmation first before you respond, please? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Awasuso. I do hereby after that I will speak the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me Allah.
Raise your right hand. Oh. I, Awasuso.
Good morning. I, Awasuso, do hereby affirm that I will speak the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me Allah.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Cham, you were responding.
I mean, these committees are required by the Act and the regulation, so they should be. These committees need to be established in all organizations.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that is true. But please be informed that we have already set a committee since 2020 for that, the Receive and Examination Committee, headed by a chairman.
Thank you very much. So, on the area of because Sports Council, because I saw the activity report, which you highlighted some of the achievements that some of our athletes or sportsmen happen to. So, and also you highlighted some of the challenges that you have, that is the office, and also the structures in place. So what are you doing so far now to at least upgrade or uplift some of these facilities? Though I know you have a parent body, but today the sports when we talk about sports, we're talking about facility. Each sporting discipline needs a facility. Sometimes we do see one court. They can use different. They can use it for different purposes. So what are we doing now to at least upgrade that? Because by doing that, we are going to, because Sports Council is not here only for one sporting discipline. So, and if you can also help us to know how many sporting disciplines are you engaged in and how far are you going with them in terms of supporting them? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That is a good question. Like every other question before. Indeed, when we reported yesterday, we were talking about things that happened in the year 2019 and the constraints that we were beset by in the year 2019. But then and now is about 2 years, and a lot of things have happened in between. Given the situation of the sport infrastructure at the time, a lot of consultation ensued, a lot of actions were taken at the level of the National Sport Council, at the level of the Ministry of Youth and Sport. These consultations and meetings resulted in the idea to construct mini stadia in some identified places in the country. Of course, the first phases of those will have to do with dressing rooms and the football pitches, but not only the football pitches and the dressing rooms. The idea is to have them as multi-purpose mini stadia. There will be multi-purpose lawns as well. Lawns, of course, can be used by a couple of sport associations. If you have a lawn, all you need to put on it is a tatami, and you can do your judo. All you need to do is put your tatami, and you do your karate or whatever. You can use the same lawn to play your handball. You can use probably not handball, because a handball court will be slightly bigger than that. But you can use the same hall to do your basketball, your volleyball, your judo, your karate, and the list goes on and on and on and on. So that is one of the things that we are trying to do. But in addition to that, we have also gotten to a point that we are about awarding contract to some contractors who will construct for us what we call a multi-purpose indoor sport facility. Some of us who've been in sport for some time will remember the Seiben Madi wrestling arena within the Independence Stadium right behind. It's not been used for wrestling for some time now because it has become a bit small, given what the size of wrestling now in this country. We have decided that we will kind of redesign it, increase the capacity and remodel it so that it will be transformed into a multi-purpose indoor sport facility. We have already gotten the designs and all of that. We've been working with some contractors, and they have supplied designs. They've already done presentation and all of that. We are now reviewing their final submissions, after which we will work with the GPA to ensure that the right documentation is done and eventually the contracts awarded. That is for a multi-purpose indoor sport facility. And like the name implies, multi-purpose indoor sport facility, it will be meant for multi-sport. Thank you.
Because yesterday also you mentioned swimming pool. So are you going to have this swimming pool indoor?
Unfortunately, not within that. Of course, it's part of the plans.
Is it part of the project, I mean?
No, it's not part of this project, to be honest. But we are still contemplating and trying to figure out where and how to go about having that swimming pool. Already, we are looking at the possibility. There is a swimming pool at the Independence Stadium. We are looking at whether we could improve on that, make it an Olympic standard swimming pool, or otherwise, dig another one somewhere else. These are some of the things that we are thinking about at the moment. But to be honest, the swimming pool is not going to be part of this multi-purpose indoor sport facility. But indeed, we have it as part of our plans. We are contemplating whether to improve on the one that is already at the Independence Stadium, or otherwise have one somewhere else. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Cham.
On the issue of the procurement planning, it's been noted that the National Sports Council do send their annual procurement plan to the authority as dictated in Section 29 of the GPA Amendment Act 2018, which dictates that a procuring organization shall engage its procurement planning with a view to achieve maximum value for money in public expenditure and the other objectives set out in Section 3, and in accordance with the application budgetary procedures. And in the management response, there was no response from the management. Can you respond now, please?
Yeah, there was no response because the procurement plan was sent. It is compliant. Check page 13, please. There was an annual procurement plan for the period under review, as stipulated in Section 29 of the GPPA Act Amendment Act 2018. The annual procurement plan was approved by the director and sent to GPPA. So we comply during the year review 2019.
Is that so? Thank you.
Yes, that is why there is non-compliance.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Chairman. I'm sitting for him today because he has another engagement. So we'll still proceed. So welcome, Mr. Chairman. And if you have any other observation, you can come on. So, and I am going in different based on the report, the submission that you did yesterday, I understand your council, you have a very big role to play as far as sporting activity is concerned in the Gambia. And we know those sportsmen, the reason why they engage into such, they have an interest in it. So what I want to know, like there are certain sporting activities, they are not that much popular. So what do you think we can do? Because it's like football is the most popular sporting activity here. Maybe you can football, basketball, and handball. So, but like this martial art is something that is really growing now. In fact, if you look at other countries in the area of wrestling now, wrestlers are moving from those countries to go to the Western world to, align themselves to that new wrestling system. And this will help our youths, because at the end of the day, when we talk about sports, it's about the youths. So because we have karate, judo, and so many disciplines. So though we have another committee responsible for sports, we are here just to ensure that your accountant, but it will also help us in case tomorrow your budgets are around through the ministry. We can know, but we just want to know some of the things that you have in place as far as other sporting activities are concerned. That is not football, but like judo, karate, boxing, even wrestling, we understand is coming up, but we don't have a facility. We use football ground, and I don't think after investing millions of dollars, you use the same ground for wrestling. So it's going to be another waste of resources. So I don't know whether you are thinking along that line. Because right now, most of the Gambian youths, they are in love with this wrestling. So, and I think we need to improve on that.
Thank you so much. I mean, I can't agree more with you saying that a lot more really needs to be done in terms of helping the smaller, or otherwise, if you want to call them, not too popular sports. I am happy to inform this very important body that efforts towards that have already begun. And evidences of that is the fact that in the Islamic Games that are about to happen, the Commonwealth Games that are about to happen, there will be judokas going there to fight in the name of the Gambia. We have about 5 judokas who will represent the Gambia at Islamic Games in Turkey later next month. There will be 2 who will be representing the Gambia at the Commonwealth Games beginning early next week. These are efforts that are being made, to ensure that we also help the smaller associations. We're doing a similar thing as well. This is outside the martial art, though. The para weightlifting, para table tennis, and all of those. I mean, these are sports that are not too popular in the Gambia. Notwithstanding, they are being done, and the athletes in those respective disciplines are doing quite well. So we are also cognizant of that, and are ensuring that we help them in order to bring them up. Even swimming as well. There will be some swimmers representing the Gambia at the Commonwealth Games, at the Islamic Games as well. I mean, you are absolutely right. More often than not, when you talk about sport in the Gambia, people think you're talking about only football. Ironically, we are winning more in other sports than even we are winning in football. But unfortunately, probably for whatever reason, each time we talk about sport, people just tend to focus on football, when in actual fact we are winning more in the others. But Taekwondo as well will be going to the Commonwealth Games, will also be going to the Islamic Games. So we are also trying to do that. But more importantly is the fact that not too long ago, a Mixed Martial Art Association was endorsed by the National Sport Council, and they are doing very well. That is part of, that relates to those wrestlers in Senegal that are going towards Europe or to Europe and doing some other things and gaining a lot of money out of that, because that is it's a very risky sport. It's mixed martial art. It's very risky, so you need to start somewhere. You need to have a combination of skills in order for you to be able to succeed in it. Otherwise, you may suffer some serious injuries. And that is why what we are doing now is for them to start locally, and then eventually they have started going into Senegal and other regions of Senegal, to practice and to fight there, with a view to ensuring that eventually we start exporting them, to Europe and other parts of the world. Indeed, we have started, and hopefully someday, somehow, we will get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the side of wrestling, the space or the facility, are you?
Oh yeah. I'm sure if someone was gonna, box me if I don't say something about that after I leave this office, because with us here is the desk officer for wrestling at the National Sport Council, Mr. Bojang, who is actually the chair of that committee that the procurement officer earlier on mentioned, the receiving and examination committee. He is the chair of that committee. Boxing, wrestling as well. A lot is being done in that area. Again, like you said, it's gaining momentum. Right now in the Gambia, it's about probably the second most popular sport. After football is wrestling. And we have had issues having, the space and, to conduct these things. But we are happy that there is this EU project that we are working with them, we are collaborating with them, the EU, the Gambia National Center for Arts and Culture, we are working with them so that we can have, some wrestling arenas across the country. That project is being on, and so much work is already been done in that regard. The constraint that we had at some point was having the documentation in terms of ownership, right? Yeah, in terms of ownership. But we've been working around that. KM, surprisingly, was one of those areas that we had that problem, the transfer of ownership, because I'm sure by now members would have known that with the EU and some of these international organizations, you have to have the ownership transferred, to the people, before even they spend their money to construct anything there. So that has been an issue, but we are happy that, we are making some gains in that area. So hopefully, like 2023, probably we'll be having wrestling in the wrestling arenas instead of at the Independence Stadium or at the Serekunda Westminster Stadium, God willing.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Also another one. Okay, Honorable Sham. Okay, another one. Is still about sports. We understand there are a lot of football parks that are on renovations. So, and I understand there are certain Navetan parks. They are currently playing qualifier rounds. You understand what So I don't know whether they will still use those facilities, and how far are you with those sporting facilities? Like example, Serekunda is Brikama, Gunjur, I understand. So I don't know how far are you, because right now most of the teams, they are playing their qualifier rounds at these Buffalo local fields, and I don't think that's fair to them. And I understand the resources required from them, for them to pay to be part of that, is a little bit high compared to the, the standard. So I don't know how far are you for the completion of those projects, so that, at least this year Navetan people can play.
Let me quickly clarify that those mini stadia are not being done by the National Sport Council, neither the Ministry of Youth and Sport. They belong to the local municipalities. And my understanding, or our understanding, is that at some point, because the GFF used them, so the GFF took a decision to kind of revamp them or renovate them, and got them excavated, and all of a sudden they got stocked. Why they got stocked, whether they got the funds and used them for something else, I'm not too sure. Whether they did not get the funds at all, I'm not too sure. But the information that we are getting, even though not unconfirmed, is that hopefully Nawetans will take place in those mini stadia. I'm not too sure about that. That is not directly under our purview. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On the value for money, there is this non-compliance of no market research by the council, no negotiation for better offer for its single source procurement as required by the regulations, and there is an implication of no assurance of value for money. And there is also a response from the management that the issue was well noted. And however, this is a result of the fact that the National Sports Council more often than not is supplied on credit basis due to the insufficient subvention. In view of this, the NSC is compelled to buy for the vendors willing to accept staggered payments. Is there any improvement on that, please?
Yeah, and 2019. I believe so. I can say, yeah, there is a little improvement on that. Yeah.
What's your evidence, or how sure are you that there's little improvement?
Maybe in 2020 review, in the 2020 report.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Davo, do you have?
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair. The question that I want to ask is a follow-up to the question that was posed by Honorable Jame regarding sports infrastructure. Now you were trying to say those mini stadia are owned by the local municipalities or council. But I want to put this to you, whether the National Sport Council or the ministry has any policy document regarding ownership and management of these local mini stadia that you talk of. That's the follow-up. That's the question. Then the follow-up question will come.
I'm not aware of any policy with regard to the ownership of the mini stadia that are being owned by the municipalities. If there is any, I am not aware.
Then how do you resolve in the event you are confronted with dispute regarding ownership and management of this local stadia?
Well, what happens is, for instance, if there is a dispute with regard to the ownership of a particular football field or mini stadia, of course, it is established that some of the known mini stadia are owned by by the municipalities. Like, let's say, for instance, Serekunda East, Serekunda West. It is clear to us that they are owned by KMC. So if there is any dispute, I wonder how there could be a dispute in terms of ownership with regard to those. I'm not sure there can be any instance where there will be some kind of dispute in terms of ownership, because it is very clear to everybody who is in sport. For instance, the ownership Serekunda West, the ownership of Serekunda East.
At one point, I was privileged to be part of the committee that was that conducted a site visit, and we went to Manjai. Of course, we came across the situation of that dispute surrounding the ownership of Manjai mini stadia. So if there is no policy document as you are talking of, I think it will be important you put that at the back of your mind, something that the ministry should act on. Let there be a policy document that should be guiding not only the greater Banjul area, nationally, that every community should have the ministry, and how that's supposed to be owned and managed should be clearly spelled out. If there were no dispute on your decks before, we came across one in Manjai, and I want to believe elsewhere may be looming as well. So let's work on it.
We are scared.
Yes, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable Dabo. Yes?
Yes, there is already one, and then I'm a bit confused about the spirit in which the National Sports Council was established. We have seen the Minister of Sports. He was going around in our communities promising the people of Bundung, London, and Bakote regarding the Mboyo field. You know the Mboyo field? It doesn't have a document. We fought, me and my colleague, to ensure that the ownership of that land is given to the council so that the youths of those communities can have the benefit, because there was a time they were working with the FIFA Goal project. They wanted to construct it. You are right. These investors, they won't spend their money in a land that has no ownership. It must belong to the community. But still, like he said, what is your role as a council, the sports council, and what connects you with the grassroots, the local community? Because we have seen the establishment of so many youth councils, like the Youth Council, NYSS. We were councillors before, but we have never seen your presence in our communities. And we do know that there are a group of youths benefiting. As per how we understand it, we do conceive it in a different way. In our communities, we know there are a particular set of people who knows about your existence, and those are the ones that are benefiting in terms of capacity building, training workshops, to name a few. So I would like to know what is your role and how connected are you to our communities, to the grassroots? Thank you. There are a lot of things that I would like to say, but maybe here is not a plenary. And given the conditions of the sporting facilities that we have in our schools, for example, the community of Serakunda, even Bundung, there are no standard football fields, and we are seeing private individuals now investing in these 6-a-side football fields, well organized. If a private individual can do that, what of a sports council or the ministry? These are issues that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. You may wish to know that the Sport Council is such that in every region, I said it earlier on, in every region there is what we call a regional sport committee. This trickles down to the village. At the level of the region, the same thing. At the level of the district, there is a district sport committee, and then it goes down to the village. From the village, going up, from the village, let's say, to the district, the members of the district sport committees are those who come at the regional level to elect the members of the regional sport committee. So these sport committees start from the region down to the village, or even to the ward, or if you want to call it, right from the ward or from the village to the regional level. So this is how connected, or this is how the sport council is spread across the country. But most of the time, some of the things that even affect those people, they are not involved in them. We have issues like that. I mean, it's a problem for us. It is difficult for us because we feel that these are the people who are responsible for sport, who are responsible for sport in the regions, in the districts, in the villages, in the wards. But more often than not, they are not too involved in some of the things that relate to sport. All of this, I must say, is as a result of the way some people think sometimes. The issue of favoritism here and there, the issue of power struggle sometimes. All of these things come to play. But this is the sport structure that we have across the country. With regard to the issue of the Mboyo field, I can't remember. Well, I'm not too sure which of the honourable ministers you're talking about, but I remember being there with at least 2 honourable ministers, and the promise has been to find a way of improving on that football field. As far as the current honourable minister is concerned, that is still very high on his agenda. I cannot promise you here when that field will be renovated, but I can tell you for free that the issue of the Mboyo field is very much high on his agenda.
Thank you very much. On that note, if you have any other question or to them, it's welcome. But without any question, I just want to, allow them to come up with their final statement based on the activity report of 2019. If you have,
what I want to say is that to build the bridge between you and the communities, I would advise that in the case of Kanifing Municipal Council, at least you have a working relationship with one of the WDC members, Ward Development Committee members. In the case of like the area councils, you involve the VDCs, a member from a VDC, Village Development Committee. Thank you.
I think that one is more of decentralization, because VDCs, they normally have their sports committee or sport youth rep. Normally the youth rep represent, most of those things. So I think it's a good observation. So on that note, Honorable Cham, you want to say something?
Yes, last question on contract management. There was this finding that there was no inspection and acceptance established as part of the contract procedure, and also no supply performance reviews carried out to inform future improvement of supplies on completion. And the management response was noted, action will be taken. Yes, I know this is the year under review. With the new management, is there any action now? Or have you improved? On the management later. Yes, page 14 on the management later.
Yes, there's an improvement to that.
What's the evidence?
The report 2020 will show the evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. On that note, I want to allow the chairman or the director to make a short and brief final statement before the consideration and the adoption of your 2019 activity and financial report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to use this opportunity to thank the members of the FPAC for giving us the opportunity to come here and share our financial and activity report with them. I think during the presentation as well as today's discussion, we have learned a lot of lessons, and I think this is how we can develop the sports in the Gambia. Since we took over, We have also tried to ensure that whatever we do is in line with the policies. This is why I'm very glad when the honorable member, the chairman of the FPAC, said we need a policy on the management of the sporting facilities across the country, because it is only through policies that would guide operations of people, and you can always have reference points to whatever you are doing. And I want to also seize the opportunity to thank the honorable members for candidly seeking clearance from us regarding our reports, as well as guiding us to what we do next. I think this will go a long way to guide us in our operations. My staff and as well as the council members would all benefit from what we gain here today, because luckily for us, on Saturday we'll have a council meeting, and this report would be further shared with them, and we would share with them whatever we get here, because so whatever decisions we take would be in line with our policies. We assure you, next time when you come here, you would see a lot of improvements. And I think my staff is ready. This is why we are all here today, so that we hear it from the horse's mouth. From now on, everybody will be on his or her feet to ensure that we work towards attaining all what is expected of us in terms of these reports. And come next time, we will do our best. So we thank you once again for the time, the encouragement, the guidance, and the words of wisdom. But we would still rely on you to support us wherever we need your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So on that note, honorable members, on behalf of the honorable members of this committee, Chairman, Director of National Sports Council, our subject matter specialists, external auditors, GPPA, Auditor General, clerks, we want to thank you for coming and responding to our question and making some clarification. So on that note, can a member, honorable member, move for the consideration and adoption of the 2019 report of activity report of National Sports Council, their financial state.
Thank you. I hereby move for the consideration and adoption of the 2019 of NSC's report. Thank you.
Second. So on that note, I will use this opportunity to adjourn the meeting till later in the afternoon. Those in favor say aye. Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. So you are released.
I'm only aware of Konjira. I mean, quite detailed the submit. You know, what detail was wrong.
I even before, shortly before Salu, I submit all my details to Umi. Within this, you will have it. You man sense about you work together because this one, it is things are very hard.
Yeah, youth council. It's nice. And we should clear with those before Salva. Otherwise, because many can use a camera promotion. So, all I'm release the better. then say don't clear now, then have next for San Juan. I think 2:30 we can deal with it. No, I'm not finished. So when the director comes, we take the talk with him because he's the one liaising with the account.
Even the business when I say they are yet to pay. Understand the in 2019, I make almost 10,000 exercise. But I'm going to open one at my work in the past. Why you need to make the same thing? Anytime you need to go over your cost, and you state orders, they don't pay. Medium low car local deposit, and no family and payment. Why are they?
Let's still get the agenda, and at least that's the basis of our agenda. Even me, I'm present my bit and this is what they stand. When I told them,
and it's not only Konjira. And Mohammed someone you will do the family will do. So why not us? This is very different.
When you sign it again, always indicate.
And that was here. It was this committee. This committee was an impact.
And when you sign when you sign
here, I signed that day for a telephone of the and one telephone I can't remember the phone report. If I need a report only, Brahman.
They are just here as passengers for
you control Jola.
Marabina will take it.
Hello. Thank you so much.
Mother, thank you so much. Thank you.
Are you ready? Yes. From Nyani Karantaba. I'm fine.
Where is Mr. Jala?
Jala, today he ran away.
You ran away, that's what I said. What about the Seka?
Seka, they went to MDI for review.
Okay, for review. How was your exam?
It was fair, yes.
Alhamdulillah, all the best. You're the first batch.
Yes.
I think give us the jigs, how it is.
No problem, I will solely do that.
Okay, bye-bye. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Jalibamba Susu. You know him? Okay. Yes, I used to hear his name, but I don't know him personally. Okay. Long time. Oh. I don't know those people. I might be young at that time. Okay, Cham, I know you. I recognize you. We used to meet at the PEC committee.
No.
follow the
Yes. Walaikum salam. Arab Majal Aja.
Honorable, you asked them about this loan for their answer, please. That's the point. This is the parent body asking you to take more money. What do you do? If you don't do your bodies, for not giving them. So they give them. But they know they are not going to give you. It's not only them. They do it to their decentralized institutions. They are full of them. Asking them to sponsor their trips of their for travel and so on.
Yes.
Go to places and be where they can for themselves, and they have this.
Yes.
And they should all have to give
Mm-hmm.
and report to the ministry so that they are coordinating.
Exactly.
The business should just be administrative.
Most parties know that the money is not going to be paid.
Yeah.
With 1, 2, 3, 4 branches.
Yeah. Definitely. And that's not even be. Hanan interview. Kobe, antal wal jamma fondambal. Be jandambala jibet. Nga inda patil je jande de bare wol. Ha. Yimbol mital. Okay. Acha, can you call them? Anaki.
No, we are supposed to
Discuss.
among ourselves.
Okay, okay. Mr. Cham, wow. No, what I'm telling him, that there's an issue in that field about that ownership. A very big tension is coming up.
Yes, we're coming to discuss the National Youth Council. And they have sent financial statements in front of us. Now, they've been prepared to the recent convention as the one we discussed before, on a cash basis. And basically what it means is that at the end of the day, with all the assets they have acquired, they have nothing to show but cash balance. The accounting for those assets is left to the whims and caprices, and it is nowhere to be found in the
That's the cash balances.
no, the assets they purchase from the cash that has to do with them.
Okay.
Like when they have a motor vehicle purchase, but big them,
Okay, wow.
2.3 million. Okay? They have to install 1/6, and they have purchased equipment for the 1,000, 66,000 in different cases. They have bank balances. See, all those are assets. They tell you actually what the worth of the council is. This is how much you are worth in assets. That's reflected as a cumulative fund. That's how much government has put in you, in your institution. But now, if you should ask them, what is government's investment in you? They are not really sure, but just the cash balance. You understand? But instead of cross accounting, they are able to tell you that, okay, this is how much you have in the bank, this is what our fixed assets are, and this is what our surplus for the year is, or deficit, and this is our position. Anytime you come, you can verify that these are assets that are supposed to be. That's the benefit of that.
Yeah. What we are grappling with, like you have seen in this morning presentation, is a topic about capacity. But if people to do accounting, they don't even have an account. That's the difficulty. They don't understand. They don't understand. Because we can see what happened this morning. He's even saying that it's illegal. Did he say we approve? You do not know what we are talking about. So this is case with most of these subsidized. I think we.
Because with this, with the league, and for 4 years, they presented all their accounts this year on the
Because
you are able to pull them into account. Because in an accurate basis, you have a balance sheet, and in that balance sheet would have been reflected the outstanding loan of 600,000. Anybody with good think will know that, okay, this is pending from so and so. But here, if you are not trained as an accountant, if you don't have sharp eye, you will not have noticed the 600,000. Because to us, it is just payment form. But then that payment has implications.
But the authors have highlighted that the back of the report will say that it's not implemented. Loan has not been recovered.
So basically,
But
that's
it was not meant to be that. But before you move, I think, let's also know this allowance to volunteer. It's a regular thing in the
Allowance to?
So pay 10. And they have not done any extension on this.
Allowance to volunteers.
Volunteers, yes. You look down,
it is between those
between 24 and 25. It's a regular this allowance to volunteers every time. It's like justification. Yeah, it is absolutely. It's a fixed this thing in the.
And then they acquired a vehicle for this 3.2 million.
They acquired vehicles.
Vehicle for this year. actually, it would be 2 vehicles because they made the payment in January. We should ask them, is it 2 vehicles they purchased or what?
Yeah, in the notes, it is vehicle and motorbikes for regional youth program officers. But they did not specify the amount allocated for vehicle and the amount for motorbike. Yeah.
So they just put it on those. So that's
Mhm.
all right. Now, one interesting thing in this account are receipts. So if you go back to page 10,
Mm.
in 2018 and 2019, they have 26.8 million and 23.6 million.
Mhm.
Got it?
Yeah,
Total receipts.
total 52.26. That varies from one corner. Mm.
53.6 million 2019, 26.8 million
20,
18.
18, 19.
Yeah. And that is about what, 27 million difference. Okay. 100% above what they had in 2010.
Mhm.
That is abnormal. Okay. And you look at the composition of that revenue. Government, UNFP, UNICEF, and UNDP are the major subscribers to that revenue. Right? In 2018, government's portion of that revenue was 18%, 27%. Okay? And 40%. You have 67% of that revenue coming from the UN system. That's the other side.
Mhm, yes. Mm.
What we say in 2018, of the revenue of 26.8 million,
Mm.
67% of that came from the UN system.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mm.
In 2019, 73% of that came from the UN system.
Mhm.
And those are key ones.
Mm.
Now the question is the risk of the dependence on the UN system for sustainable development. There is a fatigue. Meaning,
Mhm.
sometimes they are okay, but without those funds coming, what happens to the
The activities.
Yes, to the activities?
Mhm.
50% was government contribution, subvention in 2019,
Mm.
and 80% in 2018.
Mm. Mm.
Maybe you can tell them, sometimes these are off-budget expenditures that are done bilaterally between you and some of these organizations.
Mhm.
They ask you to present a project, for example, a project paper, and they sponsor.
It's about sustainability. Now, when you look at the expenditure, sir, on 6 and 7,
Mm.
funds from UNICEF, the payments out of the UNICEF funds was 20 million in 2019 and 6 million in 2024. But there for child protection, Children on the Move, Children's National Assembly, Peace Building Fund, and FEMC. And these are programs run by government. Okay? Now, they are specifically financed from UNICEF funds. Then you have UNDP financing democratic governance, environmental protection and climate change, youth connect, constitutional review. So 4 million and 10 million respectively for 2019 and 2020. Now the risk here is a dependency on this agencies for these programs. All right. That is my concern, the risk. If anything should happen within your agencies and the government, how would these funds be sustained? Looking at the annual budget, 57 million revenue, latest 2019. Now also with their bank accounts, they maintain 10 bank accounts. They maintain 10 bank accounts. Yep. They have 10 bank accounts. And, you can count them when you look at note 2. Note 2 on page 12. If I did record account 1, 2, they're all funded. Then trust fund, FIB, account 3, 4, 5, 7, 6, 5, 9, 8, and EcoBank, and so forth. 1 and 2. It's a question of keeping track of these accounts. And also to ask whether it's required, because they're having funds from agencies who might not want them coming with them in other accounts, or the separate accounts. Basically, he who gives the paper, also the tune. So they give the funds, they tell you exactly why you did them, how you use them. Okay? You can have as many accounts as possible. But then the question is keeping track of them and reconciling them and it's proof we have. Now they don't have much on their management level. Huh? No, they don't have
Okay.
they don't have only a difference of 1,000. Even the presented checks and the unpresented financial statements and what's the actual. Now, when you look at notes 6 and 7, notes 6 and 7 on page 14. There they're just giving you the figures of 20 million spent in 2019 on those products. But see, they haven't given you how much was spent on each product. They just give you the amount that was spent on this product. But it would be of interest to see whether you to give them, for them to give you the distribution of this expenditure per program, which they have listed here. What went to central capacity of child protection? How much did we sell to the move? How much was the National Assembly? You understand? To account for the 2020. And the same thing goes for the UNDP funds of 4 million. how much was spent on democratic constitution, democratic governance,
Mhm.
and what that means. Environmental protection and climate change.
Mhm.
Youth connects and the constitutional review. Amounts are very important. Specifically, on the work program, which program where this was spent.
Okay. Mm.
You can invite them, yes.
Yeah, can you invite them? Okay. Okay.
Prayers. Honorable Chair, I rise to report that a quorum does exist for the Finance and Public Accounts Committee to commence business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. It is reported that the quorum does exist for the Finance and Public Accounts Committee to commence business. Those in favor, please say aye. And those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, welcome to today's meeting. Yesterday, the National Youth Council was duly informed that today they will reappear to the committee for consideration of the reports that were presented yesterday. Before us, we have the agenda for the said meeting. It is proposed that we have this agenda: opening prayers and introductions, administration of affirmation by the clerk, consideration of annual activity reports, and audited financial statement of the National Youth Council, and any other business. Can somebody from the honorable members move that we adopt the proposed agenda with or without amendment? Honorable Jame, move that we adopt the agenda without amendment. Seconder. Honorable Cham, seconded the motion. It has been moved and seconded that we adopt the proposed agenda without amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. And those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The agenda stands adopted. The first topic of the agenda, we've done the prayers and then the introduction part. To begin with my humble self, Alhaji Dawo, the chairperson of the committee. Jame.
I was also GPPA.
Do we have any representative from the board? From the board. Okay. Thank you very much. Now we may proceed with the second item of the agenda, that is administration of affirmation by the clerk. In the event there is someone who's supposed to give evidence or testify and didn't undergo the affirmation yesterday, the person he or she is obliged to take the administration of affirmation. But if you did it yesterday, you will still be considered to be on the oath, so there is no need for you to take the affirmation. I'm not sure whether anybody is affected. Ma'am Lisa, you were here yesterday, but you did not take. Okay, you need to. Sane? Okay. Okay. You were not here?
Yes, I was not here.
Okay. Okay.
That I will speak the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth. So help me Allah. Thank you.
I, do hereby affirm that I'll speak the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me Allah. Thank you very much. We may proceed with the next item of the agenda, that is consideration of annual activity reports and audited financial statements of the National Youth Council that were presented to this committee yesterday. The format of the consideration would be the honorable members having gone through the various reports. They have some concerns that they would put to you for clarification. And we'll begin with the financial statements aspect of the reports presented. Then from there, we'll end up with the activity report. So you may get your financial statements, and then the honorable members will come in to ask questions regarding issues of concern in the said report. It can be the finance, I don't know how you call it, admin and finance manager. Okay. The admin and finance manager or the executive director, whoever can answer the question may come in. Honorable members, the floor is now open. I will start by referring you to the receipt and payment statement for the year ended 31st December 2019. In this, the total amount received for 2019 amounted to 53,699,561.52. Compared to 2018 is 26,808,892.75. The concern here is the gap between the two allocations. That means there was over 100% increment of the fund allocated to the council. What brought about this drastic increment of the allocation?
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Member, Honorable Chair. Yes, you are very right. There has been a drastic increase between these 2 years. If you can observe on the note 4, UNFPA, 2018 was 1 million, but in 2019 it was 14 million. This is as a result of the activities implemented under the Peace Building Fund. We are implementing activities under the Peace Building Fund. And apart from the National Council, we also have what we call subcontractees. These are youth groups who are receiving funding through the Peace Building Fund, but they are receiving their funding through the National Youth Council. Because they are not micro-assets, they cannot receive funding directly from the UN systems. So we are the ones micro-assets. So their funding comes through us, we remit to them, they implement, and then they report back to us as the National Youth Council, and then we report to UNFPA. So when audit is coming, it's the National Youth Council that is audited and not actually the youth group. So we do the monitoring. When it comes to UNICEF funding, equally, I think that some part of it also was meant for the youth groups, again, under the Peace Building Fund. So I think these two were the ones that all equally resulted in the huge difference between the two. It was as a result of the Peace Building Fund activities that we are implementing.
That is to say, you receive these funds on behalf of those groups.
Exactly. But we also implement as a council, but a greater chunk goes to the youth groups. This is Activista, National Youth Parliament, Peace Hub, Peace Ambassadors, the Gambia. So they all receive their funding through the National Youth Council.
But do you provide the breakdown of the disbursement of those funds to those respective youth groups?
The breakdown?
Yeah, I could not come across the breakdown in any part of the report. I don't know whether it's available.
The breakdown is not in this report because what happens is they have their own budgets that they send to us and we send to our partners. So after when they implement, they send it back to us and we report. So what happens is we are the ones that are being reviewed or audited. So in that case, the auditors, when they come, they look at those files that they send to us to verify exactly whether what we reported is what they do. So that's why it does not reflect in this report.
Auditor, what do you have to say there?
I mean, Honorable Chair, maybe is to try to give a bit of a background of the funding by the UN agencies, if you like. They operate on a various methods. One of them is the direct cash transfer, and one of them is the direct payment. And largely, this is in the form of a direct cash transfer, wherein they would first have to assess the institution to see if they have the capacity to carry out those type of activities, if you like. and also especially with regards to finance. So in the case of NYC, it's like a transit account, if you like, that funds are given to them for onward transmission to these various institutions, that they would implement the activity, report back to NYC, and NYC now report back to UNFPA, for example. So gradually, what the financial statement does is just trying to bring out how much funds have been received, yeah, but not necessarily, these expenditures are not necessarily expensed by the National Youth Council, but it's been transferred. So when an auditor is doing the audit of the UNFPA, would now, carry out detailed audit of those transactions as well.
But according to the executive director, he said partly, if I get him well, they are beneficiary in one way or the other.
Indeed, they are beneficiaries, but even with that fund as well, it's been audited under the UNFPA, activities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I look at the total fund for the year, it appears only 8,177,806.99 came from the government in the form of subvention, and the rest from the donor agencies. Why are you allocated that minimal amount by your ministry in form of subvention? And don't you think also in terms of risks to depend entirely on your donors? Is there any chance or hope of sustainability in terms of executing your programs when you are totally or completely dependent on external donors? My first question was, why did the funding from the central government or your ministry is extremely very low? And then secondly, the risk of dependency on the donor agencies seems to be very high. Is there any hope of sustainability in your programs and activities?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, the subvention from the ministry is quite low. Actually, our approved budget is around 12 million, but that year we only received 8 million instead of the approved 12 that we have in our budget. But the ministry will also get back to us to say this is what finance allocates to them. And what finance allocates to them is what part of that is what they also remit to us. And the concern has been they receive less than 1% of the country's annual budget. So when it's given to them, they now have to also sort of allocate to several other agencies, including the NYC, the Sports Council, NYSS, NEDI, PIA. All of us will have to share that small basket that is allocated from the Ministry of Finance. That is what is distributed to us. And I think that is one concern that we raised yesterday in terms of our engagement with the ministry or our engagement with the National Assembly. How do you really help us in terms of really getting finance, really adjust our budget? We met with the Committee on Tourism, Sports, Culture probably less than a month ago. And this again was a concern that we raised with that committee in terms of our support. And I will quite agree with you. Dependency on partners is not sustainable. The Peace Building Fund is extended for the year, and it's going to end by 2023. And we are not too sure if there will be an extension or not. So if the Peace Building Fund ends, and probably there is no other project, we will certainly are going to have a challenge in terms of the activities that we implement. And I think that is why, as a council, we have always ensured to build quite a very good relationship with our partners, making sure in terms of audit we are not found wanting. Audit reported yesterday that they were supposed to come in May. Actually, we had another partner that was auditing us during that time, that was by there couldn't come. We have UNFPA auditing us separately. We have CAS auditing us separately. We have UNDP auditing separately. So at our level, we ensure that our relationship with the partners are maintained such that we build that confidence so that we are able to really continue receiving funding from them to implement activities. In as much as we are struggling to really have a huge increment on the side of government to implement activities. So most of the funding we receive from government has really been used for admin, for admin purposes and not actually for activity implementation. So for activity implementation, I will agree with you, we have relied wholly and solely on the goodwill of our partners, which is certainly not going to continue. So we will definitely indulge on, you honorable members, to really see how we're able to get finance, help us really augment, what we receive. We work for young people of this country, and they're the ones we are delivering for. We serve the greatest population size of this country. And I think it's just fair enough that our budget, if not relative to that, should really reflect, the kind of work that we do. So we will definitely continue to engage your honorable office to see how we got, government increase the subvention to the ministry. If that is increased by extension, it will also increase the subvention that we receive from finance. But the dependency is a huge risk that we are having. I quite agree with you, honorable member.
That is to say, the government subvention only takes care of the emolument aspect. And then for program and development of the National Youth Council, you have to totally depend on donor partners. That is your assertion?
Yes, that is actually really what's happening. In terms of activity implementation, we depend wholly and almost solely on the activities of partners. Even in terms of subventing our regions, the regional youth committees, that's how we are structured. We have the regional youth committees. We want to be subventing them every year, minimum of 200,000. But for the past 2 years, it has been in our budget, but we could not even do that. Because if you receive 300, 400,000, maximum 500,000 a month as subvention, if you pay your salaries, it's going to be difficult, to really move some part of that to support the regions. Only a few regions have benefited from the subvention that we move to them. Again, we are renting. And again, we will need to pay, we have to be paying rent every 6 months. And sometimes we are even challenged in terms of being able to pay the whole 6 months. We have our land for 2 good years. Honorable member, we've written to our ministry, by extension to the Minister of Finance, to have a 500,000 to fence the land. It's only this month that we are receiving confirmation that we will receive the 500,000 to fence. And local government has threatened us not once, not twice, to reallocate that land, because by their rules, I'm not too sure what the rules are, but by their rules, I think if they give you land, you need to do some development or else. I'm not sure, I will not go through what the rules are, but I know they've threatened to take over the land, because for 2 years, we did not do anything on that land. So they have really threatened to take over the land. But we have pushed, and well, this month, they've confirmed that we will get the 500,000 to be able to really fence, the land. So if you're able to do that, I'm sure we will be safe from the trouble of local government. Because I know they've quoted that clause, I cannot remember, but they did several times, that we should do something on the land, or else they will take it. They will, I don't know, reallocate it, or I'm not too sure what time they use.
Good. You will be meeting with your line committee, and I hope you'll put that concern to the Committee for Action.
Yes, sure.
But interestingly, what is also happening to most of the institutions, if not you, but I want to believe you're also part of it. Mm-hmm. When your line ministry call you for a bilateral, mm-hmm. whether you actually provide to them the budget, the development and program-based budget is one thing. If that is done, we always put to you, as far as this National Assembly is concerned, we have changed the narrative. Prepare your program-based budget, mm-hmm. and if your line ministry turn down that during your bilateral, when we come for the review, when the budgets are presented, the respective countries will invite all the ministries and agencies, and you defend your case. We provided this, but at the end, the ceiling, this was what was approved, and our development part of it has been rejected. The committee concerned will take note of that. We are interested in the development aspect. We want to see changes, and this has to be reflective on our young people. It is very unfair for the government to limit its funding on the agency simply because there is chance for the donor intervention. And we say we want to empower the young people. We can't be serious with that. But we have to see the seriousness from the budget that we present, to your ministry. And I hope you are not that council also that will give loan to your ministry when you are in need. It appears you have a lot to give out. I'm not sure you are affected.
No, I cannot remember us giving a loan to the. I've been at the council for 7 years now. Okay. We've never given out a loan to the ministry. But honourable member, one thing also concerning is the fact that the budgets are out. You are already told you have 9 million, or you are already told you have 12 million. So what it does is it actually limits you. It sort of cuts you out completely. Already, before you even prepare, ministry has already told you that finance said this is what we have, and as National Youth Council you have 12 million. Budget to the 12 million. Anything beyond that will not pass. So several times we have really gone beyond that, but it will always come back to say you only have this. But we will take your advice. We will do a whole program base and not go by the ceiling and say this is what we want to do. And we will definitely engage our committee to say, this is our ceiling, but this is what we want to do. And we will definitely defend our case.
This year we want to develop our land. We want to move to a new office. Put it there, and you see what the committee will do.
Thank you. Inshallah, it will reflect in that budget.
The other concern we have in the receipt and payment statement is the area of the payment on motor vehicles. You indicated 3.3 million, and then that is to say motor vehicle, but in the note you say vehicles and motorbike. But we want to know how much was spent on vehicle, and in turn also how much was on motorbikes. How many motorbikes per se? Whether all the regions benefited?
We have motorbikes in all the regions except Banjul and KM. All the 5 regions they are giving motorbikes to our program officers in the field.
There is five motorbikes? 5
motorbikes.
Then what was the amount for each motorbike? I guess this one was
the 724.
The
724,000, because it was DT that we bought for them. DT motorbikes. That's what was meant for the motorbikes, and the vehicle was 2.5.
Okay, 2.5. Then the other concern is the communication. Note 25. In 2018, amounted to 128,825 dollars. But for 2019, 501,000. That too, I think, is more than 100% increment. What happened, Executive Director?
Yeah, because what happens is we've increased the postpaid line, the amount that was allocated for the Executive Director and the the managers, and equally these officers in the field, we've given them telephones and they have their monthly subscription. We equally have CUG that we all get for the staffs and the regional staffs. Equally, we have the payment of internet connection that all falls under communication. And we have the funds that we purchase for both our board members and the staffs of the National Youth Council. So in summary, this what entails in the communication column. And that's actually what's taking the amount high.
The variation in the rent also, note 24, from 75,000 to 270,000.
Yes, the landlord actually increased his rent.
Just like that?
No, actually we have an agreement with him from the year 2015, because we moved to that place in 2015. We were at the Independence Stadium. So we moved to a new place, and after 3 years, because we signed a contract with him, so when that contract elapsed, he had to increase his rent. He gave us an option either to agree or to move out. But we searched and we could not get anywhere. So we have to make sure that we agree to what he said to be able to continue staying there. And
so that one was payment
before,
for 3 years?
Yes.
Or for 1 year?
Yes, that is for 1 year. But we equally increased the space, because before we were using only one space, and now we are using 3 spaces at the same complex.
But you are not paying in dollars?
No, we are paying in dollars.
Because that's the case in some of the places in Dallas. Auditor?
I think, Honorable Chair, I think, I don't know how this National Assembly is going to work around that, but the reality is the rent that is being paid by some of these institutions is really high. And it's not sustainable in the future. I've seen others paying 500,000 per year on a flat. So it's something that the Assembly would want to take note of on how to work around that, even it means housing them somewhere, some way, somehow. But it's really not sustainable going forward. Yeah.
That's a case for them to push so that they have their own office. Because a thing like this is not sustainable. From 75,000 to 270 plus thousand, I think that increment is really very unwise.
Mr. Speaker, the finance officer is just informing me that he equally increased again.
It's increased again?
Yes, so.
I think there's a need we revisit this Rent Act. Honestly. Yeah, the people can just jut up. At the end of any year, you said you have increased. You have no choice. Because you do not have place to go. You can only comply. Deputy?
Very good, Chair. Communication in the region, as said by our director, I think we'll be seeing more increment in that area because we operate in a system that are hybrid. We have 7 regions that are elected based on the act that establishes the National Youth Council. And these elected chairpersons, they have regional and municipal mandates, which is mandatory for them to coordinate young people. Like, for instance, in the West Coast region, we have the chairperson who covers the entire
observation to make, whether the person giving testimony have taken the prescribed affirmation.
Okay, he's observing. Did you take the affirmation yesterday?
No.
No, today, no. Then that means you are obliged to. Thank you for the observation.
affirm that I will speak the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me Allah. Thank you. So what I was trying to say, Honorable Chair, is that we have 7 elected people in the regions based on the act of the Assembly that establishes the National Youth Council. And each of these elected chairpersons having a legal mandate that is responsible for the coordinations and program implementation of their regions unpaid. And in order for them to coordinate the activities of young people in their respective regions, the only available means that we can provide to them is the means of communications, like routers, mobile phones, and credits. Even as we speak, we are yet to provide them with laptops that will be able to facilitate their movement, including motorbikes. And as a council, we compared ourselves with the Women's Bureau. We also compared ourselves with elected local representatives on the ground that is Paris on law. And these are people that are not even giving even a monthly allowances for them to coordinate that. And they have a legal mandate on the ground. And they have a responsibility to do. So then the communications, it increases based on the activities and the mandate given to them by Parliament. So we request through Parliament, as alluded by the Honorable Chair, that in our future programming, you will see most of these things will be increased in terms of mobility, either in a form of motorbike, in terms of communication gadget, either in a laptop or a desktop that will be able to facilitate their coordination and programs based in the regions. This is what I just wanted to add into that. Thank you.
The other observation is the numerous bank accounts you have, about 10 bank accounts, whether that is not risks in terms of tracking the accounts when reconciling them, and whether it has been necessitated by your donor partners that those accounts require to be open.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the last thing that you've said is what actually happens, because most of these donors will ask us to open a different account for them before they send us the funds. Equally, it's difficult when we have to do the reconciliation, but at least it helps. Because if you have all these funds being dumped in one account, you find it very difficult to do the separations at the end of the day too. So actually, one is it is actually difficult for us to do our work, but also the donors requested that we need to open different accounts for the funds that they send to us.
Just to add, I think some of the donors we are concerned that probably we will use their funds to do activities different from what actually they have asked for. And again, for the purpose of having their reports, bank statements, so that when they come for audit, they clearly know that they are auditing a special account, and they can trace all payments, that have been made. But if it is dumped in one huge basket, they think it will be difficult for them to trace out payments and what has been done. And that has been the reason that almost every partner is now asking that we open a separate bank account for their projects. For UNDP, even with separate projects, they will ask for a separate bank account. For UNICEF, it's one account, but for UNDP, I think we have two. For UNDP alone, we have 3 accounts, because for them, each project is separate, and they're asking that we have to open a separate bank account for each project so that they can trace, so that they're able to trace their funds.
Now, are you trying to say then if the particular donor agency's program came to an end, the account is also due to close? Is that the case?
Yes, certainly if there is no other activity on the account, we will have to close the account, or else, these banks, they will charge. So if the activity if any program is finished and we don't need the account, we would certainly close the account, or it will go to a zero and continue going minus. So we'll close the account if it is not needed again.
In Note 7, the UNICEF funds, there were line organizations that were involved in terms of those funding. That is the beneficiaries, the Children National Assembly, Peace Building, and then FGMC for the year 2019. You did a global amount of the fund received from UNICEF for that, but whether you have the breakdown of the fund disbursed for each of these areas.
Sorry, no, we did not. We cannot do it in the report here. But according to what we sent to UNICEF before they disperse the fund to us, though it is clearly been separated.
Auditor, what's your take on that?
When she said they don't have, I was what is this? But they do have, of course.
They do have.
Yes. For the purpose of reporting to the donors, they do have.
They do have.
Yes.
It is good that you also report to us, how much you spend on the National Children National Assembly. Okay? Yes, Honorable Chair. Your mic, please.
Yes. Can they also explain to this committee specifically on what programs were this money spent on? Each program, how much, and what are the specific programs that the money was spent on? Thank you. Especially with, for example, the UNDP 4 million.
Yes. Sorry, like we said before, the UNDP 4 million was, the funds were for the peace building funds. And like we said, some of these funds have been transferred to our youth organizations. But if you go to our records, that where we generate this 4 million, everything is clearly been separated. So like the chair is requesting, unless if the National Assembly will request that we provide it next time as you will want to see it. But these things are clearly been separated, and when audit come, they see how we spend on, or how much is been spent out of the 4 million and how we spend it.
Yeah, I think it's the same. Correction, the Note 6 and Note 7 are almost the same. The UNICEF funds and then that of the UNDP, you need that breakdown. The funds that were disbursed for each of the activities, Youth Connect, the constitutional review, the climate change, environment, etc. Okay? Honorable Chair?
I just have a follow-up question. Like you rightly ask, what you said that most of these accounts is a requirement by the donor agencies. And once the project phase out, meaning the bank accounts have to be closed. But what does the council do to ensure that these projects are sustainable?
In terms of sustainability in the short term, from our end, as I said earlier, is to ensure we do due diligence, that we are able to really maintain confidence between us and the partner. Because they come to audit you every year. So obviously, if you are found wanting this year, next year, you will not receive funding from them. So that is one thing that we do, ensuring there is due diligence. Now, in terms of when the project closes, what do you do next? That has always been a challenge because it is, most of these projects are up to government to take over when they phase out. But with the amount of funding that we are receiving, it's going to be difficult to get government take over, some of these projects once it is over. So for us, our case has always been relying on government. To say these projects are happening and they will end this year, what can we do as government to support, ensuring that beyond these years, these projects will continue? But with the meager funding that we continue to receive is difficult. But from our part, in the short run, is to ensure we do due diligence and maintain that confidence that the partners have in us. And over the years, when we came to the council in 7 years or so ago, we had a few partners. But because of, let me say, the good work that we have been doing, it has attracted confidence between us and the donors. And our donor portfolio kept increasing year in, year out. So in the short run, is ensuring we do what is necessary to be able to attract more partners. In the long run, is for government to come in and take over. And that we will have to do our part with your support, where we can get government.
But what does your act say about the solution? And why necessarily the government? And there are other organizations in the countries that can equally take over to ensure continuity. That's my question.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's, for us, is to ensure we do the right thing. Because with partners, if your audit, you don't have much queries on your audit, you can definitely maintain a healthy relationship with your partners. But if on a yearly basis you are audited and there are issues on your accounts, you cannot really maintain partnership. So for us is to do that in the short run, and we've been able to attract so many other partners as we move on over the years.
And again, I have one supplementary question that is about the elections of chairpersons. They do come from communities. So what is the community's participation in the elections?
For the elections of chairpersons in all the regions, what we do, for example, Kanifing municipality, we have our district youth committees or constituency, for Kanifing constituency committees. So in each constituency, there is a constituency youth committee. Now, for the election of the constituency youth committee, the particular constituency comes together to elect a chairperson, a treasurer, a vice chairperson. That is done at the constituency level. And the female rep is nominated. Now, at the constituency level, they now move on to the regional level to now elect a regional chairperson. So the communities participate at the constituency level, like London Corner or Dipakunda. You have youth groups around that end. They come together to elect at the constituency level. And then at the constituency level, they now come together to elect at the regional level. So this is how we get the communities and the youth groups participate during the election of chairpersons.
The membership requirement, and what is the maximum number of members? And how do you ensure that people are aware of these programs within the community?
Well, awareness raising, that probably we will have to do a lot more in terms of awareness raising to inform in the communities that elections are happening. But at the level of the constituencies, I think we did do a lot of engagements to get the constituency come together to do elections. And of course, at the national level, again, as I said, constituencies come together. But probably we will need to do a lot more in terms of sensitization to ensure that everybody is actually aware that these elections are coming. And this year is an election year, and we'll be going for elections because we elect the term is every 2 years, as in the act, as we speak. So this year we will be electing our country.
I will propose that you invite delegates from every ward within the municipality in order to avoid monopoly.
Let me help.
Sorry, if I may come in. You can ask and then they can clear your doubt, and then whatever recommendation we'll have during our review, we'll discuss that, and then that will be part of our report. I see your hand up there.
Chair, I think let me just take from where Director ends. Like, for instance, in Kanefing municipality, we have 7 constituencies, right? And currently we have 5 active constituencies. And this was done before the demarcation. Right now, we have Bundunka Kunda, we have Serekunda, and we have Latrikunda constituencies. These are constituencies that need to establish their constituency youth committees and have their chairpersons and their committees, so as to take part in the forthcoming municipal youth committee. Then the delegates who takes part in these youth committees are youth organizations that are legally registered with the National Youth Council, not necessarily those that are registered with AJ chambers. Currently we have 172 groups that are registered with the Youth Council countrywide. And if you look at the number of groups that register with AJ chambers, it's more than 500. But we cannot force them to register, but we encourage them to register. Like what you do in your constituency, for instance, with the current KMYC committee, is to work together with the Youth Council and to ensure that there is a youth committee in Serekunda constituency, in Bundukokunda constituency, as well as Latrikunda constituency, so that they will be able to take part in the election. It's a legal election. It's not a youth organizational election. These are elections based on the act that is established by the National Assembly. We have some rules and procedures that are laid down, legally laid down procedures that we must go through. That unless and until an amendment or an addendum is made, it will be difficult for us to get in there. Initially it was 3 in KM. Now it has moved to 5. Now we'll be moving up now to make sure that all the constituencies are captured in this area. I think that will help you. But it's not that every person will come as a delegate or every group will come as a delegate. The delegate must come from the groups that are registered with the Youth Council. If you are not registered, you can't take part in the elections.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to come in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm satisfied now. Then I will encourage the youth groups to come and register. This is what I'm saying. It's not about a matter of forcing them, but it's a matter of sensitizing the people because we have potential youths within our communities, but they are not aware of such registration authorities within the Youth Council. So in order to avoid monopoly, like people just taking positions and those positions at the end of the day becomes dormant. So that is why I was asking.
Yeah, I will beg that let's finalize the finance aspect.
Yes, yeah.
Then we end our intervention with the activity report. Okay, Honorable, if your question is surrounding
it's
finance.
It's about the activity, just to,
okay, let's
clarify, but we suspend that till...
Yes, then when we finalize the finance,
please. Thank you.
Then we come to activity report. Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Sorry for taking you back on the issue of the funds, like you mentioned, for us to separate. Already we've submitted our 2020 and 2021 to be audited, and this is how it is.
Very good.
So just for us not to come back next time and it's like you were told and you did not do it that way.
Okay.
Because audit, this is how they want us to do it, and that's how we are doing it.
Yeah.
So I just want to be clear so that we are the same level,
okay,
and not come back here and be told you were asked to do this and you don't.
That's noted. Thank you for that improvement. Equally, I made the same observation surrounding miscellaneous. Yeah. Miscellaneous note 20 from 27,000 to 108. But if you give us the benefit of the doubt and then break them down, we'll be able to justify, or you can justify why. Finally, I think we went through the management letters and then the queries that were advanced. The auditor noted that the follow-up on the previous audit report findings on payment voucher that was not signed or by the authorizing officer was a query, and then the recommendation was acted on and then implemented. Likewise, the payment voucher not signed by the approving officer was also a query, and this was also acted on and then implemented. And the cash collections, the same was implemented. Areas of annual subscriptions was an issue, and that was equally implemented. And last but not the least, non-performance of risk assessment was also a query and then implemented. These were the audit issues that were highlighted by the auditor, and then thank God all of them were implemented. So basically, we don't have much issue with you as far as finance is concerned, except the ones that we raised that you need to break them down so that we know actually what was spent in each of the activities. To give us the bulk amount, we may cast doubts on what has been spent since we realize drastic increment year after year. So take note of that. On that note, honorable members, can we move on to the annual report part? They give their financial statements and then also the activity report. You can go through the activity report. If there are issues that you want clarifications to be done, we may do so. Issue on any person. Honorable Jami wanted for him to clear something that is relating to the.
As far as the activity report is concerned, some of the issues we are discussing here, especially from my honorable colleague, Honorable Cham, it was just to say my own part. That is like the structure base of the National Youth Council, based on my understanding, because I've been, witnessing or even observing some of their elections at the council. Normally, the representation comes from the constituency. It's not at the ward level. So the only thing that I want to, appeal to them, like constituencies, every constituency there are wards. These ward chairpersons that you have, I think they need to reinforce their effort to at least try to go down to the wards so that they can get all these youth organizations operating. I think if you can remember, some years ago, I came to your office to discuss this issue with you. It's not about these youth organizations that are already registered, but we have youths who are indicators, who we felt they are not part of the society. And these people, they also, need to be part of us, and some of the projects that you are having, at least they should be privy to those projects. And the other thing is, I saw the Tekefi project and YEP project. These are projects that are very good. So, but like what we receive from most of the youths is like whenever you want to access these funds, the bureaucracy and the business plan format is very, very difficult for them to at least develop. And if you want to support a youth from a ghetto who has not been to school, you expect him to, at least fulfill all those business plans. It's going to be very difficult. So we need to peg it to our standard. So this is what I want to say, and I think you need to, at least make a very strong this thing to your constituency chairpersons, so that at least they can come down. As far as other areas are concerned, they are working well, but they still need to represent the general youth populace. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Jame. One of the things that it's an issue or a major challenge for regional youth chairpersons to engage regionally. It's the subvention again. They're not, you know, they don't receive even money, the regional chairpersons. Most of the work that they do is based on, you know, it's from their pocket. They serve young people of their region, but they don't get money. And we've been, regional youth chairperson from West Coast region is here. They've been asking for subventions for almost 2 years, and there was an approved budget of almost 200,000 per region annually, and this is 65% of the Gambian population, and they're unable to get. So it's difficult to keep engaging young people from the region. And when it comes to project as well, I am a native of KSMD as well, and some of the development partners would come to you and say, my project is focused on West Coast region or North Bank region, and some of these projects, that's the issue. Like KSMD, KMC and Banjul hardly benefit from some of these projects. It's because the partner has a specific region that they want to implement their project. So these are some of the issues. If the council receives support from the government, it's easy for government, for us to take, as a representative of the government, to give support to these young people direct, because it is monies from our government. But with the partners, it's difficult for us to sometimes suggest where they implement or put their monies. That's a difficulty for KMC and Banjul, and the regional youth chairpersons from those regions are always complaining at council meeting, during council meeting, to see most of the project or monies from partners are going to other young people in other regions.
Any other question?
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Basically, you know, what I've observed. You know, I feel if you are given a responsibility to run a full institution, at least these are some of the challenges that you have. These challenges sometimes, like, it keeps coming. So as far as you are concerned, you are there managing that institution, I think it's better you try to bring it in your budgets. These are simple, because at the end of the day, young people, their issues are very critical. Sometimes they think we are not fully representing them. So, and the council is there to bring up programs and activities for them. So come up with programs and activities that will, you know, at least uplift their life. So it should not just based on sensitization advocacy, because I understand most of the projects is more of advocacy. But projects that will impact their life, you know, is very minimal. Like to go further, in the agricultural sector, what are we doing there? In the labor market, what are we doing there? Skills development. The National Youth Council, you should work on along that line, even build your own school, you know, a skill center, sort of, something like that. Because it's all geared towards, you know, at least uplifting the lives of the young people. Thank you.
That is noted. I think one thing also as a ministry, I think we've sort of divided roles, certainly. I think you have NEDI doing more of the entrepreneurship component at the level of the ministry, and we work with them because they don't have structures in the regions. So they use our structures. PIA is the one with training schools. They have now one in Kerewan and one around here. And they work with us in terms of recruitment. NYSS equally, you know, when they want to recruit in all the regions for their training programs, we work with them, you know, to ensure, because all of them don't have structures in the regions. We are the only one that have structures in the region. So all of them will have to now come through us to be able to really deliver some of these services. But I will agree, we have a lot more that definitely we can do in terms of really ensuring we are able to really impact more on the lives of these young people, and not just, you know, the advocacy component. This year we are able to work with the central bank to really see how they're able to really provide some loans to our young people. The bank loans, we keep asking any young entrepreneur that is not sustainable. It's 18-20%. Your profit margin, I'm not sure, would go to 30-40% for you to take a loan of a 20%. So that's just going to kill you out. So with the central bank, the discussion have been, how do we provide loans to young people at way cheaper rates? I know they've established a new unit, development financing. I'm not too sure of the name, but they really want to ensure they're able to really directly get in touch with these young entrepreneurs and support them with finance so they grow. They've been trained. They've been given all the training that is needed. They've gone through every sort of training. But the cushion is getting them the finance to move on to the next level. And I think this has started with the central bank. Last Tobaski, they provided a loan scheme for young people to get venture into ram sales. It was very late though, but at least something has started. And we are hopeful that this will be moved on to the next level. But these are discussions we are having beyond just talking to them, something tangible. So definitely be available. And getting them grants and loans, these things are key. But these are discussions that are happening, and we are hopeful with the central bank wanting to intervene directly. Probably, they'll be able to really help in that regard. Thank you.
Yeah, like we are from the urban setting, and the challenges that we face in our communities are mainly juvenile delinquency, like the Law Drug Enforcement Agency was here, and we see it on a daily basis. Each and every one of us, we do see these things. Our youths are loitering around, engaged in some other social vices. So those are things that is needed here within the KM. You have to improvise, come up with such programs that will address those issues. Lack of employment is an issue. Lack of public amenities, playing grounds in our communities in the KM region. So these are things that we are trying to relate to you so that in seeking for funds, you can put all these programs in the package so that we can benefit. Like I for one, I was dealing with some international organizations and have brought so many projects in this country. And some of the, for example, with the scholarship package, some will tell you that there is no poverty in the greater Banjul area, and they don't know. You have abject poverty in the greater Banjul area because people are paid people are paid less and their overheads are too much. To pay a house rent of 3,500 whilst you are paid 2,500, where do you have your survival? These are issues that we should help to address. Thank you. And let's not be personal. Let's not take things personal, because we do engage some of your members. We tell them, I was a councillor before. My colleague was a councillor before. Even this year, Tekafi projects, when they come to our communities, before we know it, it's like in the 11th hour. None of our youths benefits. So where are the funds going? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think those points are definitely noted, and we will definitely see how best to really improve on some of those. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. In the report, you didn't mention in the particular year on the review, there was a two-day consultative meeting in URR, particularly in Sarangai, where there was, or there is, I will put it, the climate smart garden that was identified, and then the National Youth Council is a partner in the implementation of that project. Can you inform the committee the fate of that climate smart garden and how the youths in that particular community are benefiting from that? I will also remind you of another youth garden. I'm not sure whether you are aware of that in Basse, in Kundam. What is the fate of that youth garden? We visited the youth garden. The garden was doing very well for the youths, but will require support, tremendous support, to put life in the garden. If you are aware, what is the fate of that particular garden as well?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. To begin with the first one, that is the garden in Sarengai. This was first supported by IOM, and they provided some farming tools. But that particular project with IOM phased out before the project even started. That is, they only bought the materials, but the project could not even proceed to fencing. Then we had the UNDP environmental project housed at the Ministry of Environment. And we brought this to their attention, that we wanted to support to complete that particular garden. And that year we got support to have a borehole and the fencing of the garden. So these two things were done, the borehole and the fencing. The previous year, that is in 2020, UNDP thought we were not supposed to be in that project, and we were, as a council, removed from that project because they said it was an environment project and we were not supposed to be there. So we were removed. And it constrained us in terms of being able to support the community to go further. That is with tools, and beyond the tools, also train the young people to be able to effectively use the garden. So as we speak, the only borehole that was provided could not meet the water demands of the garden, because I cannot remember the exact hectare, but I know the borehole provided could not meet the demand of the garden. And at some point in time, due to flooding, some part of the fence, also went down, due to flooding. So right now we are engaging with the Roots project. I'm a member of the steering committee, and I've already put that to the Roots project, that they want to maintain some of the gardens that were started by NEMA and not completed. And I've engaged them that we have started this garden in Wuli and Sarengai, and we will need their support for them to include it in the gardens that they want to support going further. So we are hopeful with negotiations we can get the Roots project support us to really ensure that this smart garden that we have in Wuli continues. As you rightly mentioned, the issue of over-reliance on donors whenever they move out, these are some of the challenges that happen. With Kundam, as a council, I know we are not very involved in Kundam. The last time I know the ministry provided them with drainage support. I was on tour with the minister last year, and we went to Kundam. And investment was done there to provide them some drainage system. When we were there, I know the project has already started, but this was last year. I'm not too sure how far that has gone, because this was support that was provided by the ministry directly. Probably I would need to ask my chairperson in the region to really know how far the Kundam garden has gone. At some time, I know a few years back, we had some challenges in terms of management of the garden. We had those push and pulls to the level of even the governor in terms of management of that management of the garden. But I know the ministry was able to support them. I will need to find out from my chairperson how far that has gone. But for Sarengai, this we are managing, and we've already engaged the Roots project to really help us see how we are able to really fully utilize the Sarengai garden. But as we speak, part of the fence is down due to flooding, and the borehole does not have the capacity to support the entire garden. Thank you.
If we are to continue any investment there, you need to put into consideration the issue of land ownership. The issue of land ownership. Before you do any investment, you cannot just develop, then overnight the community will just claim that they are the owner of the garden.
I will need to find out, but I'm sure the issue of land, Bulun, can you advise? The issue of land, there is already some documentation on the land. Okay. I will find out what the exact documentation, because this is 2017. 2019, huh? No, when we actually got the land. The development was 2019, but this land was negotiated since 2017. There is some documentation. I will need to exactly check in the files what the documentation says on the issue of the ownership. I'm not too clear, but I'll definitely need to find out.
Okay.
Yeah.
On that note, honorable members, any comment? Thank you very much. The officials of National Youth Council, as I said, you did well in your finances. We hope you'll continue, except that those breakdowns. You can work on them. Okay, and then you continue not to give loan to your line ministry. You have a lot to give out. Thank you very much. Now, honorable members, this has brought us to the end of the consideration of the reports of National Youth Council, both the activity and then the financial statements. At this juncture, can somebody move the motion for the August committee to consider and adopt the activity and financial statements of National Youth Council for the year 2019? Yes. 2019. Yes, can somebody move that we consider and adopt the report for the year?
I move the motion for the consideration and adoption of the National Youth Council financial report, finance and audit, finance and activity report to be adopted, pending the report of GPPA. Thank you.
Second, the Cham Square. Seconded. Good. It has been moved and seconded that this committee consider and adopt the annual activity reports and audited financial statements of the National Youth Council for the year 2019. Those in favor, please say aye. And those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. We'll be on the GPPA. We cannot wait for GP, I think, but they are also improving very well. So as Honorable Cham said, we'll be on you. Therefore, the agenda, those in favor, please say no. So the ayes have it. The reports of the National Youth Council, activity reports, and then the financial statements, audited financial statements, therefore stand adopted or are considered and adopted. On that note, I thank you very much, the National Youth Council, for availing yourself to the committee, and then the honorable members as well, the external audit, GPPA subject matter specialist, Mr. Cham, the able clerks, for your support. At this juncture, the meeting stands suspended, and then for the National Youth Council, you are released, you are free to go. We look forward to get your 2020. When that is available to the committee, I think we are giving you the timeline for the submission. And when the reports are duly submitted, we'll also communicate to you that date for the presentation. Thank you. These ones are Thank you very much. It is reported that the quorum does exist for the Finance and Public Accounts Committee to commence business. Those in favor, please say aye. And those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Welcome once more, honorable members, the officials from NEDI, audits, subject matter specialists, and the clerks. Before us, we have the agenda for today's meeting: opening prayers and introduction, administration of affirmations by the clerk, consideration of annual activity reports and audited financial statements of NEDI and any other business. Can any honorable member move that we adopt the agenda as proposed, with or without amendment?
I move the motion for the agendas to be adopted without amendment.
Second. Second.
I write to second the motion without amendment.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that we adopt the proposed agenda without amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. And those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. On that note, the agenda for today's meeting stands adopted. And the first topic on the agenda is the prayers, which we have done so. We proceed with the second part of it, that's introduction. To begin with my humble self, Al-Haji Dabo, the chairperson of the committee.
I, Honorable Tamsir Cham.
Good afternoon, Honorable Musa Cham, a member to the FPAC committee.
Nedi.
Program Manager, Nedi.
My name is Abbas Ba, General Manager, Nedi.
I am Musa Seydi, the Finance and Admin Manager.